Is this working? There it goes. Okay. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Last we left off, I believe I was about to get into the second trial portion of the chapter with astronauts. I don't remember what number that was. Like 4? Yeah, 4, I think. Okay, looks good. Hello, my controller. Hello. There it goes. Hello, my sound. I don't know if that's playing on there. Doesn't look like it. I was trying to play through my monitor. That's not right. Ooh, that's not the right sound at all. Why are you crunched? Don't know how that's sounding on that end. Oh, my headphones are dying. That's no good. That's no good at all. I suppose I should start looking into other options. Oh, there it goes. I don't know what that was about. Definitely need to start looking into new headphones, I suppose. Well, let's get back into it then. December 20th, 10:15 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 5. Day 2, court is now in session. All rise. Getting right into it. The judge is gone. Oh. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. You weren't this nervous yesterday. There literally was a bomb. Or, there wasn't actually, it was fake, but like, it was about the bombs. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. When first the courtroom exploded, and then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what's happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I Take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time?
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader.
Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Taryn, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And... how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? Do we know they got, like, up the ladder? Like, do we know that they went up there? Maybe they never got up there. Also, I guess that's right. The buildings were switched. That's right. We haven't covered that yet, but we've seen enough evidence in the evidence just to say that. So he would have actually been in the museum area. It was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Doe's argument was correct.
So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And, just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
He definitely put the kibosh on anyone talking about... he definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
Makes such reckless claims at a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. He looks older than you. How old is he? 28. Huh? How old is Phoenix? I don't remember. Older than that, I think. No one... It's so annoying that Phoenix doesn't have, like, a profile in here to see his age. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims that he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person. See, my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand.
Why do you have your segue in the witness stand? I don't think you can do that. I don't think it fits.
Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers.
What the hell was your voice? I didn't think to check over the last thing.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Well, I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the HAT-1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I'm trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad has had a proper appreciation of greatness. Allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos.
It's probably from the past that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
Alright.
What I saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine that the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Like flashback to the judge for a second. I guess it just hadn't loaded the other image yet. Oh, the horror, the humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs.
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men.
Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. That's what I always do. Arm and I rush toward the boarding lounge together.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. The elevator, wasn't working, but there's probably stairs in your building. That hasn't been specified, but my galactic scooter here, of course. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course, it's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. And I take it works in 0G, too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. When you got to the scene, what did you see? We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside.
Hold it!
Let's see, according to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. You didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me toward the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and we saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, Terran lying on the floor. Very convenient for you that you don't have anyone to, argue against your, version of events.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing? Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person, standing motionless. Defendant, no doubt, standing aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? So close, but without evidence, I can't prove that the person is the third party. I don't relish in this, and I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Hold it!
Or Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there at the time. By that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
reason the figure appeared to have vanished. The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. The witnesses weren't looking. He fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant. About as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. What escape route could this person have used? The other door. The direction opposite to the control room. The southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right? Don't know. The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be some university professor and a lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in this name of said moon for what we've done to it. I've never read Sailor Moon or watched it. I should sometime. Just haven't gotten around to it. But, I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss.
And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still, the southern door was a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You were saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure. I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure. How is that? Right. It was like by the corner area. Where's my map? Where is my map? Is it in here? Yes. So it would have been like from here. I guess you could have a shot in that direction. Doesn't quite line up with how it was being displayed, but
Hold it!
neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit. That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? Something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? It's the first time that info has come out. I wonder if I can find any inconsistencies.
We have a tiny bullet that was facing just fully the wrong, like fully the wrong direction for wherever it would have ended up. Of this, the bullet itself is missing. Specifies a single one, so I suppose that's probably what you want here.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words, words that will someday be written down in history books. Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we all can understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet, Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? But it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? Oxygen tank data updated. Struck by a bullet. Rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Okay, so we have a second gun used on the scene. A different one. The bullet was found near the victim's oxygen tank. It was fired from a .38 caliber handgun. Smaller gun. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? We must cover this every time. And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us if the gun was... It can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirmed the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I'd better update the record. Bullet hole updated. Sure. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display, and the other hit the oxygen tank. Where exactly were you shooting that thing that it did that? At the dead body? What are you doing? Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? Nope, we have another bullet. A different one. From a different gun. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. And that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? It's my other bullet. I found it.
Take that!
It was in a drain. Or a vent or something. What is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecutors both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's 38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. What did they even shoot with it? Like, there weren't any marks anywhere. There was just a bullet. And, if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the director fired the detective. The detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. This is the sort of thing you tell people. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So, Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down. Huh? Reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Where did the gun go? Yeah, but Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Call the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute. Maybe check down there.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? The detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. That thing disappeared. We don't know where it is now. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. How he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? People can be hit by bullets and not die. I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Dr. Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Are you just messing with him? Yeek!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill! Shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself. If you were shot, why was the bullet in the drain? It doesn't look like it has blood on it, which I don't know if it would have. But it was in the drain. Why was it there instead of anywhere else? Like, given to the police. Or still in wherever the hell you were shot. Your shoulder, probably. Well, you seem to be moving your arms fine, actually, so maybe not. The drain, though. All the way over there. It was a miracle befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. Sure, fair enough. What the? Doesn't look damaged, but, you know, whatever. That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one next to extra Gyaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. Why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos?
great man, such as myself, has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding?
Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. That still doesn't explain how it got in the drain, even if it ricocheted. Also, did you, like, open the door? I guess we're assuming that they opened the door. As for that area... Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to see that, so they must have opened it. That's fine. Arm, rush to the control room together.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I can tell you all about the HAT1 miracle. That's not helpful.
Hold it!
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, could you perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later? If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and... In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Taryn on the floor.
Hold it!
But it was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right? Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Does the window, like, not work? Speaking of outer space, during the HAT1 launch several years ago, it's about the HAT1 miracle. It's about the HAT1 miracle again. You can sawed off and tell it to a stray mutt. Excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. And so they shall. First, your testimony. What happened next? We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
So, in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door. That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east.
While he was there, he was shot by someone with a 10 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his metal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm the king of all the cosmos. Suppose we need to point out that the bullet was found in a different location. It was like way far away.
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court, a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie. Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in that lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. And the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh! This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. I should have gotten, like, proper breakfast. I wasn't hungry at the time, but now I am. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his metal? There was no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Great Director Cosmos. Yes. Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Well, what are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everybody pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. That's exactly not what they've been saying the whole time. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. That makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. I've got a bad feeling about this. About it, Director. If you don't tell the truth this time. Yikes, his handcuffs. And will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Oh, alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? It's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far.
Now, you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. How about you explain why you're saying a different thing now? You make up some scenario that says why you would say such a thing.
I have. How?
The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos's fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
My third person just disappeared. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks.
Order in the court. Dr. Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant?
Looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No!
It's over.
Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, and what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? If that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright.
There was one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person who arrived came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
Take that!
But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? I'm saying the witness is the murderer, as I've said at all the previous trials I've ever been in. This just happens. Of all the people who were here who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. What? What? Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm. He entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit on the starboard side.
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. On the enemy ship, sir. Magnificent shot.
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you've told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy's called in reinforcements.
Earth to the Cosmos Control Center. Requesting permission to ask that you return to reality.
My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person that Aura Blackquill saw, this third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
It looks like you introduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us.
Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need. Prove that you were the one there in the lounge.
Brace for further impact.
Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge.
It's about the bullet. If he couldn't have been hit by his own bullet. That doesn't make sense. So the oxygen tank would have been hit by her bullet. And he would have been hit by the bigger one. I guess we want to compare this bullet to the impact on his metal, is what we want to do here.
Take that!
The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up.
And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed. Losing altitude. All hands abandon ship. This is moving too quickly. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No! You've got it all wrong! What? The engines start again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet! Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center. God, but the cosmos revolves around me. Somebody get me off of this thing. Order in the court. And would someone please stop the witness from spinning? Daisy. Oh, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh. Until breaking the trial. That's fine. We will carry on. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They're claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. The great prisoner, so the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly, very quickly? Stop spinning. The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't even try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Then I went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge 1 again. Came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. You troublesome old man you are. Such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim?
Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Miss Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackquill saw was you.
No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. That said, I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie is a lie, Athena. So, Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit. But where's the proof?
I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
I'm not sure we specified that, but sure. I guess if you line up with when people would have been heading out the door, or out the window, or whatever, down the ladder, that could make sense. Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit this crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived at the lounge after that.
Yes, I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi. We can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. And again, maybe we don't need to yet. Wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well.
Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. Witness testimony. What I really witnessed.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they'd vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and the launch pad 1 door, and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
So he was shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared.
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a bang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal? That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Alright. Oh, what a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Alright, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. Those are very different locations.
And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out, too.
That's not so much a warning shot.
In summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when this figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit it. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. What I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route.
Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
Riddle of the ages, indeed. But I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Well, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple. Because it was Space Boy himself.
When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness.
That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit.
Terrible noisy chair. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, Wright, Dono. I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. And that'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they'd vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door. And, well, the launch pad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Talk about mixed feelings. He must be trying to account for a number of contradictions. Mr. Wright, maybe this time we shouldn't just look for contradictory emotions. We should also look for emotions that should be there but aren't. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that his mind is a convoluted place too. He must have felt very, very shaken and distressed at the time. Let's focus on the fluctuations in his emotions and see what we can uncover. Nothing, which normal, just getting into the description. Surprised, afraid, a bit angry. Makes sense. Consistent. Lack of anything there. One would think that might be surprising. And then just a description of doors. Afraid there, but also there was like fire on the other side, so that's not unreasonable. It's probably this. You should be surprised about this, I think.
Got it!
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing doesn't just happen, usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you... Ugh.
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room, and the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Tarrant, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it, as you recall, right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet, the director wasn't surprised that the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use.
Ugh.
It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Tried to enter the lounge. True killer inside fired a gun at me. Had to avoid getting shot. No one was there. Near the door. Launch pad door. Talk about mixed feelings. Must be trying to account for a number of contradictions. That's right, maybe this time shouldn't just look for contradiction. Emotions that should be there but aren't. Right, that's the same. Maybe it wants me to also talk about the... But that's the same point. That's not... I don't think you would want to talk about the being afraid at this point where you should have been shocked when we already talked about how you weren't shocked. It wouldn't make sense to also talk about how the fear also disappeared. That'd be weird. Oh, that's not the button. I'll try this one. This stands out.
Got it!
Alright, there we go. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door.
The great Yuri Cosmos afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
I'm most certainly not.
Director Cosmos. There's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those two pieces of data and... yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, let's Discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now, to make sense of what we learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes, I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid!
Master tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
Hold up his dead corpse to it. Yikes! This person's fingerprints were not found on the device. Whose fingerprints were on the device? The wrong person. You sounded so sure only to produce this nonsense. What were you thinking? I should have checked it. I thought it was that guy.
Oh, well, I was thinking my crow could use...
It's enough. Free haircuts are to be gotten on your own time, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. I can't recommend Barber Blackquill if you value your head. Being in the lounge.
Okay. I should have looked at it. That's all. I got them mixed up. This guy.
Take that!
That's...
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Oh, yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad Corp 1 corridor, then that might be recorded in the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? Yeah, unfortunately the camera died. I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point. Oh my, the footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching the gallery doesn't mean you should try to show it off too much, Grandpa Baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Dr. Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
If I must. I had to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. Then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right?
What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional responses, Athena?
Actually, my cat is really sick, you know?
What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that.
And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me.
Why are you telling me all this now?
Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder?
The story about your cat, of course. It's only natural.
Exactly. That would be the natural reaction.
There's nothing natural about the director's reactions.
I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key.
Sounds unnaturally complicated. But that somehow doesn't surprise me.
Very afraid of being shot.
They're gone. Less concerned. There's Detective Arm. Very surprising. Slightly less afraid about being shot by her. Also mad at her. Which I feel like is... I guess that's what we want to do.
Got it!
That's not right. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute, there isn't really anything strange here.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright.
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look. Must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere.
Oh, it didn't take my help.
Oh, that's nice.
Significantly less surprised that you were shot at, perhaps? That's not the button.
Got it!
There we go. Director Cosmos, why are you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me. First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But, considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Detective Arm showed up. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation. Hide under your desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Boss, I'm getting less discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came into the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see, this is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director arrived and entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos? Oh, what is it? What have you two been up to? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you. That's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All I have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous! If you really have an answer, you would have put it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Look at this. The answer is this knob. The tats! Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. I was just holding... Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime It means that sometime before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Sometime before the director arrived. After the scene was discovered,
You were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away.
You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the Launchpad to the launch site? I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. This is the Launchpad 2 corridor, though. You can see the number on the floor. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine. But listen carefully, for I'm about to give a history-making testimony. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock, which you were pleased about. I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Found it. Where on earth could they have gone?
The director seems driven into a corner now. I can tell he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings. Just one final push, then. His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through. If we keep at it calmly, I'm sure we'll cross the finish line.
Got it!
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. Make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
Ugh. How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
Ugh. How do you do it? How do you know about that, too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing.
But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. If I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence!
You, man of integrity, don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden?
You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. Where is he not using modern English? He's saying normal words. Here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and wear games to his Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. He seems to be... He's rude, but he doesn't seem that bad, honestly. I just don't know why they let him have blades. Just at all. Who gave him blades? He shouldn't have those. I can't tell what kind of blade because they're just kind of passing by too quick. It seems like something he's throwing. A blade, yeah. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah! Oh, sure, must have went somewhere. We just might find out. The arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or you're not man enough to, or you not, I can speak. Or you're not man enough to, boy. God. Talk about hitting below the belt. Humans these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? A katana? His finger? What? Just like psychic cut powers or something? That doesn't seem to make sense.
What if the launch... Capcom is odd. I suppose. I don't think I've ever really played other Capcom games. Not that I can actively think of. They have fighting games, I think. Which isn't really my thing. Probably not. What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then, after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. Surely you would have noticed if an explosion was happening all the way over there. That also applies to the fact that it was definitely on the other side of the building, but, you know, whatever. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. He's going to run out of hair if you keep doing that. You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. It's not that. It's obviously Launchpad 2. It's labeled. We can see it. Oh, right. So, to reiterate. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and Ow. I was messing with a, tweezer and stabbed my finger. Ow. I'm good. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackquill, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to another place? And what if, when the director moved Launchpad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you. Or I'll cut you. That's probably better. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving the Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? What could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. Well, it takes a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1. I wonder. There's like one other thing here.
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. What? Polterdash. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right, and with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2. Yeah. Everyone's got such dramatic movements. Very fun and all, but... And set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2.
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The true killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, don't know. I see you know how to handle a sword. Handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordsman, Swordsmaster Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence!
Unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor.
If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere.
At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see, this is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Oh? Uh-oh? That number on the floor. No, I caught that. You don't have to point that out. I figured this out during the investigation. Well, what do you know? Looks like we have proof after all, Professor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff. Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then. Answer this for me, if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? Look at
Take
that.
that!
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts. It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. Anger management counselor in the galaxy that can deal with Director Cosmos. Yeah. People just get so mad, and it's like, chill though. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite the Space Museum. Didn't you have, like, cameras on the outside of your building to keep an eye on things? Surely they would have picked something up. Whatever. Now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible! 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Yeah. There we go. Yep. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. Yeah. I do like that the 3D lets them do more cinematic shots. That's fun. Oops, oh no, you're still talking. It lacked engine ignition. What? It's not Empire. Ah, it won't stop. Ah, okay, bye. My stars, my glory. Okay. You're having it. No, not that way. Okay. Bye. Bailiff, on your steed and after that witness. I missed that bit at the start. It probably wasn't important, honestly. Ultimate weapon. Destroy door. What is that noise? Holly Bob, what are you doing? Yeah, his like buttons or whatever have eyes on them. I guess it's just a fun extra detail or whatever. I see that we've managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit that you switched the launch pads? Yeah, I guess these games were initially on the Nintendo Switch. Or not the Switch, the 3DS is what they were on. I admit it's true. I switched, that's not the voice. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It's good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication.
Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with the Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
So you knew about the bombing ahead of time. But it sounds like you didn't necessarily set it. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge, Frank, I'm nothing.
I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us!
Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Who's that other person over there? We haven't seen that one yet.
Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. And the dream is still alive.
Silence.
Do you have to be rude?
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, except the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they couldn't have escaped. And I've yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point.
He's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space.
I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself.
You gotta zap him before he murders someone. Why is he here? Thank you.
Now you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. That annoyingly cheerful laugh can be none other than champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. If you're the only one who can do anything about this man, who just wants to randomly murder people in court, you should probably be here the whole time. You should be handcuffed to him. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit. I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Sounds like he's here to help. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. Have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you.
I didn't think he was serious, though.
So what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed! Have a look at this. Oh, that's that, thing people, lady, also Blackquill saw. It's got blood on it. Any fingerprints? What's this, a lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim, Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Nice. Whose are they? Order! Detective Fulbright can, I assume, the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant. You bet Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Later added to the court record. The true culprit's fingerprints are on it in the victim's blood. Whose are they? Oh. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on what we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. A fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't possibly have been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Would he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. Think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. Whose fingerprints are they? This does appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume that it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency, because tomorrow...
Silence!
Fool, Wright. You promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Probably statute of limitations on whatever it is. Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty. I'm guessing we're going to carry on with... Whose fingerprints are they? Do we need to defend that person because they're somehow, like, someone we care about and know? Athena, maybe.
Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright.
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Because she seemed to be, like, generally aware of, like, the space place. And, like, the robots there. They're in a similar design to her, widget. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please, thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too. But that's going to have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned. Whose fingerprints?
Objection!
Tell me. It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fool, Bright. What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Exactly what I've been saying. Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck's, so... You have yet to read it. You didn't check whose they were? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. Well, so says the report. What? What? Huh? Me?
Order, I'd say, order! Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I suppose they just handed it to her at some point, and then didn't get their prints on it. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Later updated. There's Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood. Oh, in her blood. In the blood. Ooh, that's God! What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Nope. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. The window is rattling. I hope that's not being picked up too much. We'd stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of twisted darkness. Alright then. Well, that's the end of the chapter. I guess we'll conclude that in the next, or episode rather, they're called. Let's carry on then. Episode 5, Turnabout for Tomorrow. No one can escape their past. Yeah, we never did get an explanation for this. Got a sword. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. We're in 3D now, so that means it looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. Windy out there. December 20th. 1:23 p.m. Right, anything agency. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment.
After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be.
It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah, it seems so empty too.
I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid.
Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know.
But now, Athena's the one who's being accused.
During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred in the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder.
But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, none of it does. I'm racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out.
Zuko, don't scratch my chair. What are you doing? You. Oh, you yelling? I know. You want fed, probably. The alarm to feed you will go off shortly, but I wanted to not be on that one bit screen.
Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case?
You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy?
Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. Oh, the trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence.
Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence.
Great. But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand.
Unnecessary evidence left at the office.
Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So, Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center.
Meow, meow, meow. Oh, what time is it? Yeah, alright, so. Since he's yelling over there, I'll just go feed him now. They can hang out in the office for a bit, and I'll feed the cat and the dog. And he will stop yelling. Why are you lit up like that? Yeah, go ahead, update the thing. Don't restart this, though. Different program I have open is running. It's picked up an update for whatever. It's fine. Okay. So that's what I'll do. Yeah. I'll go feed the animals, refill my water, and be right back.
Alright. Have it done. Yeah. All still well, right? Alright. Looks like it's working. Anyway, now we needed to go and talk to the people at the place. I've refilled my water, fed the cats, fed the dog, all is well. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Galactic scooter, full speed ahead.
Okay, bye.
Director. He scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I directed his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. So head inside. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except...
Why is it so windy? Chill.
Well, what's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming off out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile.
She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena.
There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind.
We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck.
Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck.
I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted. Just like I did for you.
I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing?
I haven't the foggiest idea. So, there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew.
I imagine he must have. Surely you would have noticed when you went to board the rocket.
It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. They like drugged you. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris.
Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole.
Well, that's just how he is.
Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer?
Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all.
Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for.
Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said that they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute.
Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell.
But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female at least? Male or female, tall or short?
I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see.
The door, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now?
Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court.
So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us?
Sure, just let me have my print scanned here.
Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot?
Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times.
But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Right, because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs money.
I hear you. I'm sure we're tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go.
Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
Leaves. Also another scanner over here. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints. You didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Launchpad 1 door lock updated in the court record. Leaf. Oh, I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck on the bottom of. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right, it's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way. Could they have blown in while it was being moved? No, the door should have been closed, right? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. I guess we'll head in there then. Or not. Okay, anyone here at the entrance? December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. You're here back.
Ugh, curse the wretch who sullied my good name. First course, it's full speed away.
Director Cosmos, wait. Okay. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that.
God, the mobility system has been compromised.
What did you do? Drusey's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Why are you throwing knives? And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up. I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
Yep. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I have to undo a Cyclox if I want to get to the bottom of this. Alright, what was
Take that!
behind the switching of the launch pads? Ah. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse! You can't make me! I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were ready to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree, you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum.
You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Tarrant to help you.
Ugh.
He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Oh, somebody help this, please. Help this poor prisoner of war.
How was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone through all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same culprit who was involved in this incident. The HAT-1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation now know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few know about the previous plot, so when the killer said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and that it wasn't a prank.
Didn't anybody tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the HAT-1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the HAT-1 miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant that the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me? The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the HAT-1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called HAT-1 miracle?
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental?
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean someone who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions, and always gets a girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes, here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the HAT. Well, then that was the HAT-1 miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, same MO. Advance warning of the sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. "7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch launch pads, wasn't it?"
That's right. The killer knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. And I put up closed for repair signs at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. After all that effort, Taryn is dead. The HA-2, and the HA-2 is destroyed. HAT-2. That's why I was wrong. And the Hope capsule, which returned to us recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. We have the capsule. We don't have it, but I think the police have it.
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was, with it safely in Taryn's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
Oh, it was in the courthouse.
Well, it was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. Bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off.
How'd they get you to your phone?
So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too. So if we can find this phantom... That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. Well, what about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court tomorrow. Would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl. I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy?
Well, at least we'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the HAT-1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's an HAT-1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure I'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. You have fun. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Space Museum.
Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There. That's the HAT-1 exhibit.
Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team.
There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Laura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Dressed a bit oddly too. She's got like a kimono on and under the jacket instead of any sort of working clothes.
Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article too. HAT-1 launch imminent. HAT-1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. It's like in a museum? I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder and the sabotage.
They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
It must be the HAT-1's uniform jacket. One team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by HAT-1 team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. It's got a big gash in it. Newspaper clipping, a photo of the people involved with the launch, and a jacket one of them wore. Hello? Who's this?
Oh,
Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What, you didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail?
Live here? Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Wouldn't that be her mother in that other image then? A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the HAT-1 launch.
Athena's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
What?
After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case?
That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture!
Atta girl, good idea. Can you identify the person in this image?
Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, there's Athena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Métis Sykes.
Athena's mother's murder. Did it, by chance, have any connection to the HAT-1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime prosecutor? Does that mean the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? And there's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. And I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day's through.
The detention center first. Then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. December 20th, detention center, visitor's room.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer. Fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Your own business?
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tony.
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident.
Sure. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital.
Violence, no. Question, okay.
No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. And just answer me this, Mr. Tomate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was.
That's who blew up the courtroom.
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psych locks. So I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me. I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Is that... That's part of that thing that was in one of these images. Yeah, that thing over there. Oh, whatever the hell that is. Some kind of marble. Wow, they laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fanty bomb added to the court record. It's found in boarding lounge 1 and detonated in courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special... Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? I'm sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What were you doing before? I guess dealing with this guy, maybe. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Let's go. Big robot, Judge Tron. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly 1 floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots.
Daddy, look, over there!
Hey! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. Wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, Princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after.
Daddy, say something to her!
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you?
What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach.
Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, Hunk of Junk.
Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn. Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn.
I guess Clay intends to hang around and haunt the princess that murdered him. That's wrong, boy. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story.
Miss Aura, that's private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Psychogenesis.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then.
Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Blanco.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans.
Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. I got a picture over there. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk.
Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case.
So, Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too.
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn of psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. He was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess anyway?
Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then? What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway?
What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Klonko, show them out.
Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders.
Ugh. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky?
I'm going to go keep an eye on him.
Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. December 20th, Wright, Anything Agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick.
Hi! Oh, it's you, Pearls. You're bigger now. But not as much, not as much as I would have thought. You were, what, like 8? How long has it been since then, actually? What's the timeline looking like? I don't remember. How old are you? You're here now. You're not in my things. Where are you? How old are you? I don't know. You're shorter than I would have expected.
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I know that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Okay, you're here to prompt me into things if I should leave and lose track of what I'm doing. I see. Well, let's head over here, see what's up. December 20th, detention center, visitor's room. Sure. Well, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Who's this? What? You. This time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Was that lightning? Whoa! I guess it's pretty far off, but hopefully that doesn't cause a problem. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? Are they having him prosecute a case days before he's about to be, like, executed? What's happening? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Hello there. I am partway through episode 5 of Ace Attorney. Dual Destinies. All is well. It seems like it started to rain outside, but I'm inside, so it's fine. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Very ominous. Oh, it's... Right, Dono. It looks like fool Wright saved your case in court this morning. Oh, there's the rain. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. Didn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? Okay. This is blade-proof glass, right? We need information. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? I really hope that doesn't mess up the power.
Like, it's probably fine, but... you know. You villain! Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof. Blade-proof. Right. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say single... oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Card, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. Yes, I can read your things. I responded to you earlier. Unfortunately, that's following a similar pattern as a bot that showed up a while ago. So, not sure how much I want to. Suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykestone's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. He's in the other direction. We can see him. Okay, bye. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. But if... the only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. The murder scene was the robotics lab, wasn't it? It has that ladder out of it. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video added to the court record. Blackwell was the only one to pass it at the time of the crime. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. There's like blood on the robot arm? That's odd. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Oh, wow. It'd be hard to explain that one away. This one away. Who took this picture? It looks like it's through a window, actually. Katana added to court record. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the HAT-1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Photo of the crime added to the court record. Taken inadvertently. Interesting. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What did I say something? No, never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What, tomorrow? No. But Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. He's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Phone? Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. But Mr. Lawyer, the robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and have taken the village visitors as hostages. They did what? No, Trucy. We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Fascinating. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
The robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do.
He's not a bad robot. You see, he's just trying to help me.
Who is this? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Who's this? Oh. Pearls, over here.
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Quanko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I?
Uh-oh, they're
is something wrong with him. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Klonko? Ah, why do you have that function?
Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over.
Ah, the robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world.
Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad.
That's gonna be Black Quill, Lady, Aura.
Hey you, hostage number 1. Come here, I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much.
Trucy, talk to me.
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now, I better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be?
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have a hunk of junk to kill all the hostages.
Princess, hunk of junk, like it wasn't obvious enough to before. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else.
Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. You are one incident. I believe that you have a personal interest in that case.
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just what exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good, real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? But that's impossible! Please, give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But hunk of junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow hunk of junk. Right, police? Make way, we're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. Laura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright?
It's the hostage shaker.
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? You gotta get a prosecutor. He's also investigating, that makes sense.
I trust you've been well, Wright.
That's a voice. You have glasses now. Hey, you look weird. I don't know about that. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you the rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. He's significantly less broad than he had been. He looks weird. I don't know. We'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
Swords on the floor. Where's that jacket? Kind of empty over here. That's a hope capsule. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. Fragment's gone. Sword is over on the floor. Oh, fragment. Whatever that thing was. That piece that looked like marble that was also in the bomb, or in the bomb's aftermath, or whatever, where they found it. That no one pointed out. 7-year-old photo. 7-year-old photos added to the court record. Photos of the body and crime scene. They were taken by the first person to discover the body. Also, the autopsy report for you. This autopsy report added: cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the HAT-1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right, and there's another aspect of this case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know, the part about the spy, right? Right, how on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the HAT-1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. I really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. I think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove the HAT-2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. You don't look great in 3 dimensions. You look bad. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now, all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
That's all to say to you. It's getting a bit late. But, I'm sure it'll throw me right into the trial when I'm done, right? Probably not much to look at here. We have a big robot. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, JT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. And they were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you could see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Weird thing to have come from the moon. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
So the person who stole it, I think it was our spy. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Alright. It's about as cluttered as my office. But I think this is a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me... So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Laura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this. It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Hope capsule updated in the court record. It was at the crime scene 7 years ago, was launched into space, and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Took the designs out of the windows, it looks like. Got a charger here. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Big hand. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. The cases were there when... prior. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. Yeah, but the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I I know we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Mean to him. Let's see. Ta-da. Looks like all there is to look at on this side. What's over here? We have this big thing. And it looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it in. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie.
Whoops. Hey, it's moving. Oh, it's assembling a little robot. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Okay. Oh, it's just still going. Here's the ladder. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder what would have been scarier, that or looking down. Emergency ladder added a court record. Sure. A bunch of papers on the floor, a box, your desk. Laura's desk is a mess. Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do... Metis... Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Meta Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright. If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Oh, so he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura.
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholumine. Imbalance?
What?
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh?
That murderer destroyed so many lives.
Alright, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. There. Honko and Klonko. They're the robots with heart that Dr. Sykes created. Honko series feature can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Interesting, you can detect a heartbeat. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Well, what's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Robots with a hard edge, a court record. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
When I became the chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, did you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast out. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest.
Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage-taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage-taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate the robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusions. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage-taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. Oh my god.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court today. It'll be good to face you in court again. Hopefully it's just a short conversation. I would like to be done. I'm speaking too much. I am tripping over my words. December 20th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant.
And because you're my friend and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
It's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to. That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the HAT-2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the HAT1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. The jacket worn by Dr. Sykes.
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes and your mother doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful! It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I see, so we'll be able to compare that with the piece that was found with the bomb and be like, yep, they match, they're the same. Moonrock earring added to the court record. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. If you're going to tell me exactly what to do, why not just have it a dialogue option? Where's it at? Oh, it's in here.
I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to present evidence like that again. I'll probably never work as a lawyer again now.
Don't talk like that, Athena. We're going to clear you of all suspicion. Just you wait.
I hope you can. I really hope you can.
That was not the newspaper. Where is the newspaper? The newspaper? Did I misread that and it was just paper? Yeah, just paper, not newspaper.
Oh, the Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too.
See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, but I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko."
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. This person's even taken hostages.
I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackquill might...
Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it.
So wait, did you...
Did you know him back then?
Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow.
Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about?
She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
It doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell.
Feet are cold. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was. I wonder if he smiled like he used to. Back then.
If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Hi.
Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but it's an emergency.
Are we going to do it in the rubble? The one that is rubble? It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Trucy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now.
Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. Poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No, don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya?
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird is par for the course with you.
The courtroom blew up.
That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all.
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Laura, please, don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon who'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackquill. I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why did it never occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent, somebody else had to be the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No!
Ooh. No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psych locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks, protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them.
To be continued. That took forever.
I kind of thought it would be over a little bit quicker than that. So, on Monday, we'll be doing that trial. Yeah. Certainly going places, being very interesting. So, on Monday, I shall return with more Ace Attorney. 7 a.m. We'll see how this plays out. Wonder what Apollo's doing. He's like off doing his own investigation. Unclear what he's going to come up with. Oh well. Yes. Monday, 7 a.m. I shall return from Ace Attorney. Wednesday will be more Hatton time. I believe that's all. Have a nice day. Goodbye.